Hello there, Internet, and welcome to part 2 of my Isle of Reveries Kickstarter backer playtest playthrough. It's been a couple of days because I've had hospital appointments and doctor's appointments and stuff. And I was going to just do the dungeon today, but I realised just as I was loading up that I actually went back. You remember that that tree stump with the gravestones around it? I actually went back and double checked whether you can use the wind leaf on it whilst I was editing the first parts of this. And if you've watched that video, if you haven't, link in the description below, then you'll know that I found out that actually yes you can. I don't think I came up to this screen before. Doesn't seem to be anything we can do here. So, there's a couple of things that I may as well do while I'm here. Firstly, we can turn the King Croc. My crown is missing! Pathetic! Croc, so-called monarch, has been added to Leaf's notebook. So his crown is missing. Do we have any idea where it could be? Pathetic. 'Twas a crown of gold that shined upon his head. However, the gold was merely painted onto timber. It was more a yellow, I always said. Nevertheless, we must restore that glimmer. We cannot fail, Lord Croc. We cannot fail, Lord Croc. For we are pigeons and will get eaten. Or something, possibly. I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna be honest, I actually can't even remember the route back. So this is going to be interesting. That's a switch. Can I make this? I can. Just about. Can I make this? Oh no, I can't make that because these rocks actually prevent progress. So yeah, I recorded very close to 3 hours for the first video. And then I spent close to 2 hours actually editing it together. I mean, the actual editing of the footage wasn't difficult. Did I not come this way before? Oh! Greetings, Owl! Please accept this gift as a token of our thanks. You've got an empty bottle? How nice! Equip it via the bottles menu on the equip subscreen to drink whatever's inside. Our services are back up and running. Simply toss anything into the cauldron. Yes, anything. We have many concoctions. I see. Well, I don't actually have anything handy, but... Ah, mushroom. Fine choice, Owl. Fine choice, Owl. Get to stirring. Yeah. Where? Leaf made some red juice. Tasty. Has that been put automatically into our bottle? No, it has not. Oh no, it has. Okay, so it's another menu within a menu. Okay, I've mentioned in the description for the previous video that I much prefer doing critique rather than just criticism, saying, oh, I don't like this. I'd much rather say why I don't like this and offer potential solutions for things. What we have now, and this is kind of a repeat of stuff that I said in the previous video, realistically. But we have a lot of menus and a lot of menus within menus. And they're okay. How do I get... Oh, I click on that again. I think... if this row wasn't here, if this was on a separate screen, that would be an extra row of stuff that you could add on that you didn't have to go into an extra menu to get to. I really like, from an aesthetic standpoint, the... I don't have a cursor for this, do I? Hold on. Let me just... let's just stick that over there a second. I don't like using display capture because of all the shit I've got on my desktop. But if I just open up this for a second... let's get rid of that. Apologies, I'm doing this live. I know, I'm terrible. What a terrible YouTuber you are, Demajen. Do you not actually prepare for any of this stuff? Like, no. No, clearly I don't. Okay, so this is how I'm actually viewing the game. Because, as I said in the first video, I like having stuff shrunk down so I can see it properly on the 4K monitor. So, I really like... oh, it's actually removing... hold on, if I do this... yeah, that's actually not helped because the game just removes the mouse cursor. Oh well. The left-hand side and right-hand side of the screen. I really like the ornamentation of the borders and so on and so forth. But there's quite a lot of essentially space there that could realistically be used. Now, we've already noticed that the game window scales in a somewhat weird way. Let's put that like that, since I had to scale up the video last time anyway. So, I'm wondering if you scaled down, or if you narrowed the stuff on the sides, maybe it's used later, I don't know, I'm purely spitballing here. But if you moved the health bar and the different buttons on both sides over to their respective sides, and then you had you see the bits where the flashy arrows are that are representing the other screens, if they were pushed outwards, and then the actual menu here occupies the entirety of what is the... I'm waving my hand at the screen. Why am I doing this? It occupies the whole play space. And I'm assuming you could animate the borders off the side of that. And that would probably give you... you'd have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 spaces here. Oops. 5 spaces here extra to select things that you want. And then you'd have 3 on the left and 3 on the right as part of this space. Is this making sense? I hope this is making sense. So you'd have 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 extra spaces for items which you could access quickly rather than having to go into a special menu within a menu. Now, obviously, that would mean having an additional menu as part of this rotation. Yeah, these ones aren't so bad because they take you to separate screens. But when you just want to select something, having to go into an equipment menu and then inside an equipment menu into a specialized menu, press the right button, make sure you press the right button to back out. So you've... I mean, I'm really sorry if I'm being really, like, pernickety over this, but from an actual kind of logic standpoint, with the bars at the site, they are kind of perpendicular to each other. They look, yes, there's some perspective, but it looks like they're at right angles to each other. But if they truly are supposed to reflect the fact that they are the other menus, there's only 3 menus. So you've actually technically got space for a 4th in which you could just have controls, options, save, return to title, and quits. I mean, having to faff around with getting to the save game menu is a bit annoying as well. But again, it's all to do with how the game is set up. But yeah, I think my critique is that menus within menus in a system like this, which was already kind of criticised quite heavily in the original Link's Awakening, which, you know, is very much inspiration for this. That doesn't sit well with me. I'm sure other people will be absolutely fine with it, but for me, it's too fiddly in much the same way that the original Link's Awakening was. It was too much time spent in menus finding the things you want, and as I'm pretty certain I said last time, I like the fact that we've got the extra buttons that we can assign items to. Yeah, we've got a whole extra slots that we can use because we've got more face buttons. But we do also have 2 wasted, in my opinion, shoulder buttons. You know, the shield could quite easily be on left bumper and the fairy on left trigger, L1 and L2, which is what they did in Link's Awakening Remake. They gave the shield a dedicated button, just like they gave the attack a dedicated button. Now, I think it was this game where it was either this or the other Zelda-like that I Kickstarter backed. But I think it was this one, where people requested that you be able to unequip the sword and use the X button for whatever you want. And I get that. Yeah, you can assign this to whichever button you want. I don't think I really need that, so I'll just leave it on X for the entire game. And that's fine, because I have the option of doing that. You know, I haven't lost anything from my original understanding of the game, because we've already got it as an extra button, based on Link's Awakening, which is where my perspective comes from. So, did I actually complete my point there? Yeah, so I think this square should be stretched out so it fills up the entirety of the actual kind of this game play space. The animated borders at the side with the arrows on could be squished out into the kind of menu space at the side, at the cost of moving the UI elements further out and losing some of the funky ornamentation, which I really like, but it doesn't add to the gameplay. And the way this is set up for me is minorly, it's a minor thing that I've spent 5 minutes talking about, but it is, in my opinion, detrimental to the gameplay to have to not only go into a menu to change your equipment, but to go into a menu within a menu to change your equipment. And add to that my feedback from last time about, I think, the fact that the map needs to be on select and the notes page doesn't need to be so easily accessible. That could swap places with the map. Let's continue playing the game. So, do I have to go through this puzzle again? I do not. Wonderful. It is quite easy to skip through that. Now, can I actually remember how to get to the dungeon? Can I hell it's like? Ah, here's the map, dude. Oh, here's the switch that apparently I didn't hit earlier. Not entirely sure why I didn't do that. Oh, did we have to go down those stairs? I might have had to go down those stairs. Oh, this was the... Oh. It's a little bit easy to get trapped in a corner with some of these enemies that we can't hurt. Ah, I remember opening the path up to this. Oh, I remember this asshole. Was it up here? Aha! Okay. So we're 17 minutes in. This episode is going to be about the dungeon, he says, and then rambles on 17 minutes. Let's see what interesting things we have in store here. Right, it's going to be hookshot in this dungeon, isn't it? Because we've had so many enemies that have things on their heads. Oh, I've died. Because those enemies do a lot of damage. I've died because those enemies do a lot of damage. Let's see. I've got to go into two menus even just to equip the shield. Is that an enemy? It is not. Snack! Snack spawner. Oh. Right, this thing is watching me. See, if I had a dedicated shield button, I could leave the shield equipped. And then I wouldn't have to worry about constantly switching over items in the menu. It's just a quality of life thing. I get wanting to replicate the control schemes of older titles. You know, I get wanting it to control like a SNES game. SNES obviously only had two shoulder buttons, one on each side. with me if you want to live. And I can't get across there, can I? So... Oh, that goes through those. Oh, dear Lord, you can actually get hit by your own fireballs. I mean... Oh, I can take the owl statue. Interestingly, I can't grab this. That enemy just went behind the pot layer. Hold on, there was a door to the right. It's very, very easy to fall down pits. I just didn't go right yet. I know I did. Ah, but I know what to do here now because there's fire statues. Ooh. What was that? We need to drop. No, never mind. Feels like there's quite a lot of backtracking to get the right things stored. I feel like people might not appreciate that. Oh, can't get through that. Yeah, they can only be pushed once. So I can't get past that. Oh no, never mind. I can push the blocks, can't I? Oh, that does not appreciate that. Huh? Is it because I put a thing behind? Yeah, okay, so it's really particular. I'm going to hazard a guess, and I spoke about this last time. I dabbled a bit in Unity, and when I tried to do something like blocks that could be pushed, I remember very clearly having to try and set it up in terms of collision, so to make sure it didn't collide into a wall or an object once it had been pushed. And I think because of how the placeable objects, your left trigger objects, don't necessarily snap perfectly to a grid, or at least I don't know whether they do or not. I think they probably are trying to, which is why they sometimes kind of appear in places that you don't expect them to. But I think that's creating issues in terms of collision. For example, when pushing this back, and if there's even one pixel overlap, or maybe you're using raycasts or something, it's not liking it because there's something just within reach. Oh. I broke the lever. There's a bug in here. It's mine. Oh, we're outside. Okay, mirrored. Huh. Wizards! We're not going to cross that. Now, based on my extensive extensive. This is going to be a pit we can fall down to the lower level. Yes. I must remember to sweep away all the... See, why did that one stop? Why is that stopping there? It's colliding with something. So many of these darn things. Right, I'm assuming that we can use that somewhere. We can connect it up to something. These statues have got corrupted or decayed or something. Right, I should. Oh. Yeah, see, that does not snap to a grid. Really? I thought these were thorns. Oh, well, there goes that as an idea. Oh. And I can step on that. Yeah, see, that totally looks like it should be burnable. But it's not. But it is burnable with the lantern. Huh. I think that might be a slightly weird incongruity for players. Fire is fire. No, I got it. I got it. What are those that I'm collecting? Oh, damn it. I keep hitting circle to back out, and it's like, that's not how it works in this. I don't know what those things are that I'm picking up. Oh, damn it. So those statues were all there so that I could... I hope that door stays open. It does. Wonderful. Can I... I can! Nice. And then... I can do that. Sweet. You found a small key! You can use it to open a locked door. This compass has a new feature. A tone will tell you the key is hidden in a room when you enter, and so on and so forth. I can get over here, can't... Oh, no, I can't. Because those are specifically not pushable. That's a crumbling floor. Good to know. Okay. So. Were there any key doors in here? There weren't any this side, were there? Back! Oh, damn it. Uh-oh. Hey, tiles! Okay, those are restoring our health. Oh, that didn't explode properly. Interesting. Geronimo! Oh. This just puts us here. Ah! Oh, damn it. From a gameplay point of view, I think the accuracy of the jumping is not great. Oh? I assume we're deliberately finding these things? Oh. Boing! Leaf found the claw launcher. Use it to boing. Use it to pull objects and weak enemies. Boing. Okay. Okay. As expected. Oh, it just destroys them. Nice. Sweet. Leaf found the dungeon map. View rooms on the map subscreen, which could probably be put on select. Okay. Oh, and we can pull statues around. Sucker. Ha! Revenge. Not that I'm a vindictive person, you understand? Ahem. Diddly. I do really like all the little jingles. I've stole your sword, bitch! Ha! Sorry, that was very that has amused me. Okay, now these statues then. Interesting. They're not grapple points. This looks like a mechanism of some kind that's rusted away or been eaten away. That didn't work. Oh, that's not the jump button. How am I? See, I can't grab these as... Oh! Oh, you can pull things across pits. Oh, that actually... There we go. Oh, not that that helps. Keep picking that up, because I assume I'm going to have to use it. Ah, but now we can faff around with this stuff. Sweet. Sweet. Oh, okay. That's bollocks. That's bollocks. No, that's cool. No actual point going that way because we do not have a fire statue. Which is what we need. There's orbs. Ha, sucker. And that will wake them up. Can't actually get to that stuff, though. No, not that. Because we can't jump that gap. Every now and again, he doesn't turn. Ah, but we can now get across here, can't we? Ah. Nice. Ah, you found the boss door. You found the dungeon's compass. It'll chime when in the same room as a key. The tone will tell you if a key is hidden in a room when you enter, etc., etc. Oh, there's a little display there, something ×4. It's possible that it's something that was explained in the first dungeon, but obviously that was... I think it was actually February that I played it. I thought it was March, but apparently my ability to tell dates is compromised by my own lack of brain cells. So that's a key then. Ah, hold on. Oh no, that does not do that, does it? Aha! Hold on, boingy mushroom. I will come back to you. Come back to you right now, in fact. Boing! Revenge. No. Snack. Okay, we're locked into going this way. I think it's basically always worth checking out lone pots with the hook shots. Oh my god, what? What? That's another one of those, what has he done? Oh, it's moved this over here, so now we can get over here, we can get this, and yoink! That's... Oh, I almost fell in that, because that's not the jump button! Oh, feck. I can pretty much guarantee you, based on the experiences that I've had so far with this game, that the majority of my deaths are going to be from falling in pits. Oh, mind you, I've got that trinket on, haven't I? Which means I don't actually take damage from falling in pits. It just makes me look a bit silly. So that'll be on for the entire game. Key is hidden in this room. I'm just looking for the other doors marked on the map. They're not, although the spirity things are. So this one's not working. Aha! Aha! Boing! Just checking. Key! Okay, so we've got 2 keys. 2 keys. But no doors locked marked on the map. That's not how that works. But we do have rooms that we haven't been to marked. Which gives us at least some indication that we may not have been to it because of... This is the... I think possibly for some people there's quite a lot of backtracking here. Okay, so we can't get through that one because can't get to it, but we can get through here. Ooh. And we needed both keys in order to be able to make throw. Excuse me? Oh shit. Oh good, yes. Okay, timing. Nope. Nope. Oh yes. I can just jump to that. Why do I want to? Huh? Okay, I can... Ah, is that the first bouncy mushroom we've been in a position to grab? That's possibly a thing. There's a pot there. You numpty. Oh no, we still can't do this because we haven't got fire. Also, that's not a key room because there was no... No. Oh gods. But I haven't got a key now. I can at least do that. Right, so I need to find another key. And also, I need a fire shooty statue. Superior gamer memory. Bloing. Oh, really? Fuck's sake. And now I've got to go all the way around to grab the... God damn it, that's annoying. And that just ties into this feeling of imprecision that I'm getting from the placement mechanic, unfortunately. I can't hit him. Oh, yay, back to the start, and there's no easy... Fuck's sake. I was barely next to that pit. Okay, don't jump then. So clearly there's a cooldown period or something after you use an item, which seems to last ever so slightly longer than you might expect. Alright, let's try this again. Making sure we're standing really far back this time. That can shunt me back off the platform. And now I can't get to it. You see the issue here? You need to align the items that you place down to the grids. And this is... I've got no way of getting to this, have I? Because it's just... Yeah, maybe there is a way of just getting rid of your item that you've got. I said it in the last episode, I'm going to say it again. Unless you lock the player in place when transitioning screens, having pits right next to the edge means that you are almost guaranteed to walk into them. That's not fun game design. For me. Could be for other people, it's not for me. I don't think this was the way I wanted to go. Again, I jumped then. Press the jump button, there we go. I know, that's... See, there's clearly some capacity for snapping. Oh, fuck's sake! I apologise for the swearing, but this is actually really pissing me off. It's not fun. Constantly brushing a pit and getting sucked into it. Okay, those aren't working. Huh? Okay, so that's missing a lever. And those aren't working, so... Oh look, there's the lever. But how do I... See, even then, the screen transition was barely done before I walked into that pit. No, it deliberately puts us this side so we can't. No, okay. Can't get past that. I think I've been to... One thing I'd really like is for the steps to line up. Yeah, so the purple steps there line up with the purple steps here, assuming they're linked. No point going that way. The problem that I'm having is that I'm really struggling to visualize the dungeon layout. Okay, that's how that works. Oh, there we go. Oh, fuck off! God damn it! That's so annoying! That's really, really annoying. Constantly having to go in loops because the jump's just not very good. It's really off-putting. I'm sorry. There's no... I'm pressing the fucking button. Yeah, this is ruining the experience for me, frankly, the inaccuracies of this jump. Fuck's sake. I'm sure people will say, oh, it's just a skill issue. I don't give a shit. It feels bad. Because if you get too close to the edge, you're going to fall in anyway. And if you're too far away... Okay, I might as well just walk around. I'll save time. So I've come all the way here and I don't have the thing that I need, so I've got to go all the way back. This is... Okay, I'm getting pissed off now. This is why in Zelda games you have things like the magic rod. Because all this is doing, and I'm really sorry, Carl, to say this, but all this feels like it's doing is padding out runtime by making me constantly go back to things that I don't know that I need. You know, it's kind of antithetical to the general progression of a Zelda dungeon, where almost all of the things to solve in the dungeon are based around the item that you find in the dungeon. Here, it's okay, if you don't have this particular item, you're going to have to go back and get one. Why are these enemies just... And at least there is a thing here, but it just feels bad that I've got to get through these frustrating jumping sections. And that's what it's boiling down to. That's what's pissing me off. It's the shitty jumping. It needs a lot of work. If you can make sure that the thing that you need is within a couple of rooms, but actually I can't use the statue here, can I? Because if I use the statue here, it's just going to fall into the pit. Yeah. Okay, so it's not that... And that just takes us back there. And this map doesn't help. Because it's got no way of reminding me where I am and... Back to the start of the dungeon we go. I'm gonna have to go and take a break because I'm so frustrated with the sadly shitty jumping and just getting to that one, and I've no idea how to get to the top floor of this dungeon because everything seems blocked. I've just... I don't know if this is a state machine thing, that we're getting trapped in a state and it's not letting us switch, or what. It feels like I need to be pushing... But we... What? Oh, come on! I've tried that half a dozen times! And now it works? What? And also it hasn't done anything? Oh, because I... Because I need to pick it up in a certain... I remember how to get to the place that I need to drop down. Oh, treasure chests aren't marked on the map, so I've got no way of orienting myself. Can we get that place? Thank Christ for that. This unfortunately isn't as fun as I was really hoping for. And it's kind of a mechanics issue. It's too many things that are just proving to be the wrong kind of frustrating. Oh, and I need another key. And I've got no indication on the map where the chests are or anything. Yeah, I assume those two sets of steps are linked, so why are they not above and below each other? They need to line up. Yeah, no, I'm going to have to take a break because I'm getting really, really frustrated with this in not a fun way. This is not a challenge. This is just kind of backtracking with a lack of memorable. You know, at least in, say, I don't know, the Tail Cave or whatever in Link's Awakening, it got a really distinctive shape so you could remember kind of where you were. This is just grids. You know, there's nothing memorable to help you with this map. And I would argue, don't get me wrong, these are more complicated dungeons than anything in Link's Awakening, but they are proving much more of a ball ache to get around because I don't have the information that I require. And just things like the jumping over stuff and whatever. It's like... It's the same problem the overworld has had so far. There is a very specific seeming path you want us to take. And unless you can figure out what that path is, you are just going to be wandering around, blocked and blocked and blocked and blocked and blocked. And actually that's not quite fun. It didn't happen as much in Link's Awakening because the dungeons weren't as complicated and the overworld wasn't as complicated. Whereas here... they're quite complicated, which I like, but then you've got a very specific route that you seem to want us to take. And when hampered by, I'm going to be honest, really janky jumping controls and enemies that require more than just hitting them with your sword. You know, you've got to pull the tops off them, or you've got to do this, that and the other before you can even hurt them. It's like... I know that one of the big complaints about Link's Awakening was that it was far too easy. And I concur. It's a very easy game. Playing in hero mode for Link's Awakening Remake, yeah, much better chunk of challenge, but it doesn't change the fact that the actual gameplay in that game, the combat in that game is very simplistic. Here, it's more menuing, and every time I open this menu and I'm getting slowed down from just progressing even through the game, when coupled with the dodgy jumping, it just raises my frustration more and more and more. So I'm gonna go take a break and I will come back to this. I assume I will just put the next bits on. I was going to try and do the whole thing today and put out another video, but honestly, I'm so frustrated that I might not even play any more of this today. And that's probably not what you want.
Later that night.
Hello. I'm back. And I'm hoping that the significant gap / delay between the first part of this video and the start of this recording session is enough to make me look at this with more clear eyes, with less frustrations. So, we need yes, that was that stairs, wasn't it? I'm intrigued by this tile in front of me. Oh. Which I've just put something on. The little kind of grey bits. Is that just supposed to represent rubble? Or is there more to it than that? I'm trying to be super careful with my jumping. Oh, interesting. You may have just noticed the window shift because it reset. It reset my window scale when we changed from outside to inside. Interesting. I hadn't noticed that. So I haven't looked back at the footage from the earlier play sessions, so hopefully that's not caused any horrendous issues. What am I doing? I'm trying to find a key, aren't I? So that we can get up to the 4th floor via here. The key's there. But I don't know how to get to it. Because we can't jump the gap. The hookshot doesn't actually work on chests, which is a departure from other games that I've played. I would... Part of me would have guessed that it was something to do with, you know, sticking something down and then blowing it over the edge, but it doesn't work like that. Unless... Oh, I was going to say, unless it's we drop down from the floor above to get to it. But if that's the case, we need to be able to get up to the next floor, and we can't. But that could be how we do it. I know, we can go up. Yeah, because we can't get past any of this stuff. There's boss door. And those routes are very specifically arranged. Why would I want to be able to push that? Okay, yeah. Spawn that down there. No, I can't think of how I'm supposed to be doing that, but we need a key to get past that door. And because there's no icon on the map for keys, this is a weird point, and it's probably a me thing, but grappling something and not being able to press the grapple button again to throw the thing is weird. Now I have to press the grapple button and then press the action button. That is a holdover in my brain from Link's Awakening. And grab stuff with the hook shots. Yeah, we got that. Yeah, I'm really struggling with the critical path. Yeah. There's clearly a thing that I'm missing. It's possible that it's a thing from the original demo and I've just forgotten it. A way of doing a thing that I just don't remember. I'm just going round and round and round in circles here because the only two places that have keys I do not understand how to make any progress in. I'm beginning to think that this game is just too obtuse for me. Frankly. The only thing that I can vaguely think of is that I need to grab one of the bouncing mushrooms. Ah, in fact, yes. If I put a bouncing mushroom there, can I pull myself across? Was it this way to get the bouncing mushroom? This could be it. He might have figured it. But this does... It does return to the thing that I said in the previous part of the episode. The idea that in a Zelda game, there we go. In a Zelda game, you will have the tools on you at all times to do the things that you need to do. You won't have to go and backtrack. Miniboss? Rrrr. Okay. Oh, we've got... And we've got to run all the way back from the start. Because there's no shortcut up. It didn't actually feel like I'd done any damage despite hitting it a couple of times. So, yeah, you need to open up a shortcut to this. Jesus Christ. The amount of damage that does. And yeah, then we get to walk all the way back. Woohoo! Oh, for God's sake. Another thing it's not doing is giving us, and this is something that Zelda does, health. Pickups. In the room before the boss. Nope. There's nothing here, and again, that's just... It just feels like you are padding the runtime by making things inconvenient. But, I don't know. Screw me. Maybe people love this. Oh, see? That's fucking ridiculous. I'm sorry. We can take essentially 2 hits unless we're lucky enough to make sure that A, we get some healing on the way, and we keep it. But this run back is ridiculous. Especially for a boss that I don't seem to actually be able to do any damage to. This isn't doing anything. Oh. So it was taking damage, it just didn't appear to be taking it. That needs better sound effects or something. Because to me, the sounds there were like, no, you're not taking any kind of damage whatsoever. The thing is, though, we still need another key. And they're not marked on the map. Yeah, what does the compass actually do? It rings... I couldn't tell you which room has a key in. I'm gonna bring it up again. In Link's Awakening, the dungeon map shows you the layout, and the compass shows you the locations of the keys, the chests on the map, as well as puts out a tone for when a key is hidden in a room when you enter. And that is much more useful than the version here. That's something I would 100% ensure that is added. Because again, I cannot remember where the other... Maybe you want us to take screenshots of rooms where the thing goes off. That just takes us to there. Maybe I'm just playing wrong. Maybe my love for Link's Awakening is making me play this an unintended way. Oh, for God's sake. And again, I'm getting frustrated because I know what I need to do. I just cannot remember for the life of me where I need to go to do it. This does not help me at all. It's not even that big a dungeon. It's just kind of tedious to get around. No, this doesn't help. Been here before. Been everywhere before. I'm going round in really dull circles. The thing is, I actually quite like the dungeon. But I'm not having fun with the dungeon because the information I need is not presented to me. So it boils down to, oh damn it, you're going to have to take screenshots of stuff. And it might surprise you to learn that I don't like doing that. I think, generally speaking, and this is perhaps somewhat ironic for a maker of guides, but I much rather play games without guides, without leaving the program, the executable in any way, shape or form. I don't much like going to look things up. I don't much like alt-tabbing to make notes on a notepad, though I do it if I absolutely have to. I prefer to just rely on and have the tools necessary in the game itself. And if they are not there, like they are not here, then I simply don't enjoy them as much. Because to me it's a situation of, oh, you didn't make a note of that thing whilst you were here? You've got no way of doing it on the in-game map for yourself? No, if I had a way of placing a custom marker, on the in-game map to remind myself that a key was hidden in this room, sure. I'd do that. But I don't have that functionality. I don't know where to go. I feel like I've just gone over every single square again, and clearly I haven't, because otherwise we'd be able to get through this door. This has stopped being fun because the tools that we are needing, or that I am needing, I'm trying not to generalize. Oh, it was over here, wasn't it? It's this room here. Now, a mushroom won't help here because we haven't got the space for it. Likewise, there's no way I can put a fire shooty thing down because there's not enough space. So I've got no way of getting fire over to that. Oh, come on! Why did... Why did that not snap to the platform like it has done all of the other times? Oh yeah, to get back to this, you've got to go in here and then drop down here. Oh, for God's sake! This is so infuriating. No, this is a real ball ache of a dungeon to get around, frankly. I'm not enjoying it. It's cleverly designed, but I'm not having any fun with it. You know, I can appreciate the fact that it is well designed in terms of its puzzles without actually enjoying the experience, because I'm not. I was, and I'm not anymore. This is the only thing that I can think of that will be of any use. But I don't know how to put it down in a way that it can shoot across that gap. No, wait. Can it? No, because it... I was going to say I could put it down and use the hook shot on it. But you can't do that because, again, you don't have the space. And you can't drag it diagonally so it's over here. Does it burn the stuff behind it? No. Can I... I can wave it across from here. Yeah, okay. Price for that. Again, clever, but all too frustrating. Because it relies on a specific... no, I'm done. I'm done complaining. This has become too obtuse. Oh, there we go. Can I get back down this way? No, I can't. Oh no, can't go around that way. See, he can scoot round corners. Oh yeah, the grapple hook needs our magic meter as well, doesn't it? They found some health stashed away. I'm gonna grab that because it could be useful. What? Oh, for fuck's sake. These jumping controls are so dodgy. I do not like them at all. Oh, so no, that doesn't work because the statue disappears. Ah, the statue doesn't disappear, it's just on the wrong screen. Yeah, of course it is. Oh no, he's going to fly off because of course he is. I cannot get to him there. I'm going to assume that that door stays open if I hit the lever over here again. Yeah, see, that's... it's very clever. It's very cool. It's also really frustrating to get here. I've been playing this dungeon for 2+ hours at this point. Really? So that wasn't accurate enough. You just decided to... You gotta fix that. You just decided to place it in the pit. Oh, fuck's sake. Pits right next to the edge of the screen. No, can't push this one apparently. Am I too close? Yay! Wonderful! Just what I wanted. Does it capture the colour? No, so that's got nothing to do with it whatsoever. Course. No, it just moves it back and forth, so it's... Oh, for fuck's sake! It doesn't matter what colour it is, so I assume then that what I have to do is push it onto here and take it down this way. But you can't roll it that way because it won't go across the... So how... Let me guess. You want me to do this. And then you want me to move it back again. sacrifice for that. Huh? Well, I've no idea what that is. I can't get through it, so... Does it open this now? No. So frustrating. No, it's not those steps. For fuck's sake, everything is so unmemorable. If things lined up properly. Is it those steps there? No, those take us to... I'm so fed up now. This has lost all of its charm. Just because of the jank. It is frustrating to find my way around. The map is not good enough for the complexity. Are the steps even marked? Am I looking for something that isn't actually marked on the map? No, it's not that way. Not that way. Oh, for crying out loud! These aren't even marked on the map. No wonder I can't fucking find them. Urgh. Ride with ill omen. Is seemingly immune to damage. Okay, that's not in any way clear. Okay, whatever. So you actually want to be going to somewhere that's not marked on the map. Past an absolute shit ton of enemies. Oh, for fuck's sake, with your goddamn trash jumping. Why did that not grab? Did we really need those two statues at the start of this fight? Do I need to see this every time? No, okay, that's not gonna... I've had enough.
2 days later.
I'm back. It's a couple of days later. I have... Well, let's tell the story. My plan for yesterday was to return to Isle of Reveries. I was planning on recording the final bit of this dungeon yesterday, and whatever else might be after it. But I got to talking with the dev, just briefly, via social media. And I realised that in order to be able to continue the conversation in a way that was informed, I needed to look back at my footage. Because if I was saying things, I wanted to be absolutely sure that I was being accurate with what I was saying about my own experiences. Because I don't watch my footage back straight away. Obviously, I come away with an impression, for positive or negative, about lots of different things. But when playtesting, the whole point of giving feedback is saying what you experienced, why you liked or did not like it. That is, for me, the whole point of asking for playtesters in the first place. You know, yes, we are allowed to stream it and to make content on it, so there is a degree of an element of marketing as well. But realistically, I'm generally of the opinion that if people are asking for playtesters and alpha testers and beta testers and whatever, it is because they legitimately and truly want feedback, both positive and negative. Yeah, there are some people out there that just want to hear the positives, they want to hear the praise, and will just kind of poo-poo away any kind of negatives. But so far, you know, the dev has been particularly responsive to this kind of stuff. So I wanted to make sure that my thoughts, reactions, impressions, and so on and so forth were as accurate as I could. And as I was watching back through the 2 hours and I think probably 15 minutes or so, I edited it together last night. It's now 1:45 in the afternoon. As I was watching through that footage, I got frustrated. I actually got frustrated with the game simply by watching me play the game. I could feel my frustration, and there will be some bits, because obviously it's the bit that's come before this, in this video. There will be some bits, you'll have seen some bits where I have cut out and slowed down footage of me falling into pits, for example, to show why I think there are some issues. The dev actually very kindly put together a video for me, explaining and showing how pits work. And it was very informative, and it was basically exactly how I expected pits to work, based on the little bit of experimentation that I'd done when I was trying to do a Zelda-like for a learning experience for Unity. Very much the kind of same kind of thing. His is slightly more sophisticated than mine because he knows what he's doing and I don't. But in the footage, every time I fell into a pit that looked especially egregious, I actually kind of slowed it down. I went through frame by frame just to see, well, is this pit working the exact same as how he's showing me that pits work? And there were a couple of cases at least where it's like, I'm not sure it is. I'm not sure it's quite right. But that is for him to look at and to take away. I've made my point that I don't necessarily feel that pits are working right. Maybe it's a frame rate issue. I don't know what frame rate the game is running at. I haven't locked it. Oh, and I can't do anything about that in the game. Let's just very quickly bring up the... Where is it? There we go. Has that worked? That has not worked. Okay, that doesn't want to show the frame rate for some reason. That's probably a Steam related issue. So anyway, I'm wondering if there is a frame rate rated related thing. There's no VSync option that I can think of in-game. No, there is not. I'm running on a 240Hz monitor. If there is a frame rate cap, and it's capped at, say, 60 FPS, that should be fine. Should be. But what if it's not? What if I'm having... I don't know. I have no idea what the reasons could be. I'm still not entirely sure what engine the game's made in. I think it could be Constructs. But yeah. Anyway, my point was that I got frustrated watching my footage back, and I was actually quite reluctant and reticent to boot the game up again, because I figured I'm just going to get frustrated again. Yeah, and do I want to spend my time, my limited time around work and stuff, do I want to spend that getting frustrated, or are there other things that I could do? But I came to the conclusion today that like it or not, I do want to provide feedback on the rest of this experience. I can't even remember where I'm going. How do I get to the boss? Is it here and up? Yes. Now, I've got a couple of issues with this boss. I like boss fights. I'm a big fan of boss fights in video games. I have an entire page. No. I have an entire page on my websites. No, just turn when I... Oh god, I'm already fighting the controls. I like boss fights, and I've got an entire page on my website for boss fights in Souls games. In fact, I can... Hold on. I can show you. There we go. Souls games that I've played, all the different games that I've played that I got footage for, how many times I died to each boss, yada yada yada. I like that kind of stuff. You know, 77 deaths against the final boss of the Shadow of the Erdtree. You know, I am stubborn. I like boss fights. But there's a difference between, oh, I died a lot to this boss and I enjoyed it, and I just died a lot to this boss because of issues. And Radahn was very much a boss that I had issues with. Bosses can be in many different shapes and forms, but I'm generally of the opinion that the more complicated or gimmicky you want to make a boss, the more space you have to give the player in order to make that boss feel fair. And I think a potential issue with this game is that the bosses obviously have very limited arena sizes. And for whatever reason, we do not have a method of ensuring that we start the boss fight with full health. There's no fairies or whatever in the room before the boss. There's no, there's no pots with fairies underneath or anything like that. It is very much you just gotta hope that you've got full health by the time that you get here. You can see I've got 2.5 hearts out of a total of 4. I haven't actually checked how much damage this boss does per hits. Obviously, this is a game where you can take half a heart's worth of damage. So the fact that those masked swords enemies do 2 hearts worth of damage per hit on their charge attack is a little bit harsh. Yes, you can jump over it. You can jump over everything in the game, apparently. Or, you can jump over a lot of stuff in the game. But it's a timing and spacing issue. And this boss... am I just supposed to ignore the statues to the side? Because I can't, can I? Because as soon as I move to... so much of the... So much of the room is taken up by the... Damn it! Why do these controls not work all the time? So much of the game space is taken up by the opposite side of the arena and the pits. And I just can't help but wonder if that's too little space. If that's too... Oh, God's sake. There's definitely a delay upon picking stuff up before you can do something again. 2.5 hearts again. Why is the background... And that, of course, locks you into... Yeah, because there's travel time. Does he do an entire heart's worth of health on hits when you've got travel time on the only ability that you can use to get something that was possibly going to hurt him? If every boss is going to have a gimmick like this where you have to interact with some kind of environmental thing in order to actually hurt them, and we've got to sit through this each time. There's a run back. There's an opening cutscene for the boss each time. There's ads in the arena in the very tiny amount of space that we've got. That didn't do what I wanted. Oh. So it's a multi-phase. So that's not the boss. And now we've got a tiny arena and we've got ads. And that's just bullshit. There's no healing between phases. It probably only takes 2 hits or whatever. But you're not giving the player... No. Let's screw generalizations. I don't think the size of your arenas versus the number of mechanics you are throwing at us with the lack of defensive options, yes, you can jump over it, whatever. I don't think it's well designed. I didn't particularly think the boss in the first dungeon was awful, but it had the exact same issues. A load of different gimmicks thrown in when you don't have controls that are precise. There's too many mechanics for the space that you are giving us, and putting ads in limited space just feels like an artificial challenge. Don't get me wrong, it's a proper challenge in the sense that, oh yeah, you got to figure out what target priorities you're going to have and how you're going to deal with these things. But I know for a fact that those snakes spawn infinitely. So I'm going to have to try and deal with that in a pitiful space, whilst also at low health, because the boss does... It's just not a game for me, frankly. It is a game made for people with better precision, more skill, and more patience than me. The bosses are doing too much damage. There's too much going on in too small a space. There's not enough actual play space to get to grips with what is going on. And you might think, well, Demajen, you had 77 goes versus Radahn. Yeah, because I had the space in the arena to take in what was going on. And yeah, I died really quickly in a lot of them, but I could just re-enter the arena and try again. I mean, let's hope. I'm going to hope here that actually as a 2-phase thing, I don't have to go through the first phase again. That will be a small mercy. I don't know why I bother doing this. Enemies that can fire at you where you can't... No. No, I've got no interest in this. That is my playtest feedback. If there is more, I just don't think it's well designed, and going through the process of this, and yeah, I beat the boss, and ooh, satisfaction of that, it's going to be hollow. It's going to be a hollow victory, because I think fundamentally, unfortunately, the philosophy behind this is not one I am interested in. This isn't a case of Link's Awakening was really easy, so I think Zelda-like should be really easy. This dungeon has issues, and they are multiple, and I'm going to try and be really, really clear here, but not like a bastard about it, if I can. These are the problems that this dungeon and game has as a whole, as I see it. As I understand it, the philosophy is Link's Awakening and other Zelda games before are really easy, and therefore I'm going out of my way to make a game that is more challenging. So I have got a dungeon that is more complex. Game Boy couldn't handle complex. Isle of Reveries is got much more complex dungeons with much more complex puzzles. They're very interesting puzzles, but whilst the complexity of the dungeons has increased, the complexity of the tools, like a map that we've got to help us navigate those dungeons, has not increased to match. We've got the same simplistic map design that we had in Link's Awakening, but with much more complex dungeons than we had in Link's Awakening. You know, at the end of Link's Awakening, you could argue that maybe the Eagle's Tower, and I wouldn't say Turtle Rock was particularly complex, but of the 8 dungeons, well, 9 dungeons I suppose if you count Colour Dungeon, of the 8 dungeons in the base game, those were the most complicated. You know, Eagle's Tower had, I suppose, the most moving parts of any of these dungeons. And even that is far less complex, I would say, than dungeon number 2 in this. So the dungeons are more complex, and that is a good thing. I like the challenge of the dungeons in theory, but I don't have the tools to get around them in an amount of time that I feel is balanced, in the sense that because of how very specific I needed to be to get some of the things, I felt that I was wandering around for a long time. Now, don't get me wrong, that is a me issue. For people that twig the mechanics straight away and didn't encounter any bugs like I did with the eye statue, I'm pretty certain that was a bug. I don't know, obviously the dev hasn't seen this video yet. For people who twig that straight away, this dungeon might only have taken an hour, but I'm up to over 2.5 hours at this point, basically, on this dungeon because of the constant wandering around. The video timestamp obviously isn't going to reflect that because I sped up a lot of the chunks to 800% when I was just wandering around trying to find the way forwards because I'd missed one thing, or my brain had forgotten a mechanic. Again, much more complex than the typical Zelda dungeons. In a Zelda dungeon, you get the item for the dungeon tool, and it solves most of the issues in the dungeon. But here, you are not only using the hookshot, or claw launcher, or whatever it's called, but you've also got to try and remember your way around because the stairs don't line up on the map, so you can't use the map as guidance in that way. The map also doesn't show chests where you've missed something, so you have to, and you've got no custom markers, so you either have to screenshot the map, go out of the game, make a mark or a note outside of it. And for some people that's great, for some people that's fine, even for me. When I was playing Tunic, I've got a notebook somewhere with multiple pages, or post-it notes at least, stuck into multiple pages with my notes for Tunic. In fact, in my Tunic playthrough, I think I showed some of them on the screen to show that I was really working this out. This is the kind of game that I think is going to push people towards guides with the complexity of its mechanics. And that's fine. It's just not what I expect or really want from a Zelda game. I don't necessarily want something that is easy or simplistic, but I want something that I don't feel is wasting my time with its obscurity. And unfortunately, at the moment, Isle of Reveries feels like it is a bit too obtuse for its own good. In some of those rooms that I struggled to remember a specific mechanic because I'm juggling so many mechanics this early in the game, some kind of hints that, this, that and the other. But we haven't got it. Which, coupled with the frustrations I'm having with pits and getting around and the jumping being imprecise and the picking it up and placing of items also being imprecise and a little bit janky, I think is the best way I can describe it. And then adding in boss fight arenas where I don't have the space to really take in the fight, and there are ads in it, and they're a bit gimmicky, and there's runbacks, and you're not healed to full, and I don't seem to have any way of getting health back short of farming for heals and hoping that I can get to the boss. Can you see how this... Again, some people will find this really appealing. But I think one of the reasons why some of the more modern Souls-likes, like Elden Ring, like Lies of P, have checkpoints quite close to the boss arena and heal you when you respawn. This doesn't do any of that. You know, I wouldn't mind bosses with tiny arenas and gimmicks like this if when I die, I just respawn outside the room at a stake of Marika or something along those lines, and I can just go back in and butt my head up against it again and again and again. Instead, I start back at the start of the dungeon and I have to go through, what is it, 4, 5 rooms with enemies, with pits that I could potentially fall down because of the janky jumping controls, with the need to use the hook shot, which locks you in place and yet still keeps you vulnerable to those flying enemies. I mean, yeah, I could wait for the flying enemy to be kind of in my crosshairs, but that slows down the run back to the boss even further. One of the reasons why I've bounced off Elden Ring Night Rain so hard is that essentially it's a 45-minute run back to a boss to try it again. Now, obviously, this is nowhere near that long. You know, it's the matter of 30 seconds run back, and yet it still feels too finicky and too time-wasty for the way you've got the bosses set up. It feels like it is designed to... It feels like it's designed for a better class of player than myself. And that is fine. I love Zelda games, but I'm the first person to admit that the old school Zelda games are too easy. I personally feel that this has pushed it too far in the opposite direction. It will make it very niche. It will make it probably a cult classic, assuming the bugs don't, assuming the bugs get patched and don't end up bogging it down. But I just don't think it is a game for me. I don't have the right kind of brain for the puzzles, apparently, and this is only the second dungeon, so I can only imagine how much more complicated they're going to be. And the boss design and the lack of feeling, maybe the same thing will happen that always happens in these kinds of games, where you get another couple of hearts and things are much easier and so on and so forth. The problem is, I don't know whether I have got any way. In fact, you know what? Screw it, because I don't want to write this off just because of my own lack of skill. Yes, I don't think I really like the philosophy of this design, but maybe, let's do my due diligence. Can I go elsewhere and find health? Although before I do that, let me just double check, because there was a notice on the Kickstarter page. Let me just check. It's not that. God, I love Kickstarter, but I can never find anything in Kickstarter. Where's that message about what's actually in this? Was it an email? It doesn't seem to be on the updates page. The Kickstarter. Kickstarter. Altered Alma. Bow. And some warrior. Aha! July 25 backup update. 6 character side quests, 4 steps in the training sequence, 8 trinkets to find, 3 books to go. Yeah, see, 3 additional hearts to acquire, 2 from the side quest, 1 from the dungeon. So, in theory, I might be able to find 2 more hearts somewhere out in this world, which I can take into the dungeon and have a better time of things. So let's go see if we can find those. Because I think I've made my point about the dungeon itself quite clear over the course of the time that I've spent playing. Where can we go? There was a snowy area. Maybe we can make progress in the snowy area if I can remember how to get to it. This was just... Is this the way to the snowy area? Ugh. The dev was telling me that there is a kind of a pit protection system, you know, just like in Link's Awakening, where you can pull away from the pits, and I just hadn't found that at all. But I've just tried it here. Actually, there is a little bit of leeway, but you have to be so quick. Oh, okay. So wherever the side quests are, they're not up there. Right, this was the cave that lets us get the other statue, wasn't it? Yeah. That has been done. Now, it should be noted, of course, that an actual player playing this game without information from the dev wouldn't know that there are 2 more hearts that they could get. But equally, you know, any kind of player of Zelda games worth their salt would, you know, if they're struggling, which, let's be fair, they wouldn't do in a Zelda game because they're not very challenging. But if they were struggling, I can't remember what my point was. Yeah, if they were struggling, you know, in a Zelda game or any other kind of Metroidvania style thing, they know that they could go elsewhere and come back more powerful. As you can see, I've got myself into a bit of a pickle. I was trying to take down a crane game, as I feel it's too derivative. Too derivative, or you get trapped in it every time. Look, just give me that so you can play my new game. I promise it's a lot of fun. I mean, ow. Getting me down was actually the first level in my new game. Aren't I brilliant? Since you cleared that level, you can have this yellow thingy, I guess. Leaf was rewarded with a yellow thingy. It seems to be a wooden crown that's sloppily painted yellow. Let me know when you want to continue with my new game. Again, it's a lot of fun. Sure, just don't get yourself trapped in the meantime. Okay, so we got the crown. That was easy. I wonder what's for dinner. I have your crown. This is the King Croc dude, isn't it? Yeah. Huh? What is that? I think you'll like my game. It's called Akedo's Grotto of Ordeals. Lore, I lost my golden leaves and want them back. Like, actually. Objective, get to the end of the floor. There were some twists here. I'm going to trade 2 leaves to unlock the next level. 2 leaves? Oh, those. Thank you for returning my leaves. Have fun. Okay. I'm a frog. Can't jump. See, the fact that we are not only avoiding spikes and arrows, but enemies that we can't do anything about. Well, that level was pretty easy. Talk to me again when you want to play the next level. We've got the frog amulet trinket. Turn into a frog. Great, I'm sure that will be super useful. Oh, but we do get a heart for the next one. Yes. Because I've got them. Farm some healing. Again, with the old-fashioned Zelda games being quite easy, having a limited amount of health drops felt fine. This feels a little bit more... Okay, I assume I'm supposed to be getting the... No, I'm not supposed to be getting the enemies killed by the blade trap. So what am I supposed to do in this room? I've got no abilities. Again, is this another case of just massive... What do you want me to do? Oh, it's a puzzle. Is it? Does this really count as a puzzle? No, so the enemies aren't being killed. So, what am I doing? Am I surviving for a period of time? Am I trying to get this to land on a specific platform? It's not blocking it, so... slipping and sliding to your doom. Yeah, because there's absolutely no indication of what I have to do, and I've got no tools to work with. I can jump, and that's it. Enemies aren't interacting with each other. So what am I interacting with? The tiles on the floor aren't doing anything. This feels like another very specific, another example of you have a very, very specific idea of what you want to happen, and you know what it is, but you've given absolutely zero indication to the player. Now, if it is, use the spinning blades to kill the other enemies in the room, I would understand it, but it's not colliding with any of them. Now, if that's a bug, okay, fair enough, I found a bug. But if it's not a bug, there's nothing in this room that hints at what you might want the player to do. So again, this will just be a, oh, I'm going to have to go and look this up, because based on what we've got here, how are we supposed to figure out what you want us to do? You've given us no tools except the jump, so it's got to be something to do with placement and or jumping. You see what I mean about, I just think this game is too obtuse for me. There's nothing here. There's no clues. There's nothing unless it's something that I just can't see. In which case it proves me right that this is not a game for me. And again, that's fine. But nothing works. Nothing is interactable. Oh, okay, so I can actually grab the blade trap. Well, that's something. What? Why did that shoot all the way up there? Oh, okay, so it does work, but... Fart. Really? Of course. Hey, guess what? Do it all over again. No. No, just no. No, I'm just not. I'm not having fun. I wish you all the best with this. You've got my Kickstarter money, but I'm not having any fun with this. And that's fine. You can't make a game for everybody, and I'm just one person's voice. But there's too much jank. I will come back to this closer to release, where hopefully the precision of the placing items, the bugs, and maybe some game balance has been done. But as of right now, I'm not enjoying it. And at the end of the day, video games are supposed to be fun. Thank you very much for watching, folks. I am really sorry to the dev that I couldn't be more positive about this. I tried really hard. I don't like being a negative twat, but the endearingness of the graphics and the cleverness in many cases of mechanics are just being absolutely obliterated and bogged down by the obtuseness and inconsistency of everything. Why would I think that a spinning blade that clearly doesn't hurt the enemies that it passes through would hurt the enemies if it's one that I've picked up and put down? It's the same spinning blade. The whole point is that it's a copy, isn't it? I just don't have the brain for this, and that is fine. Have a great day, folks. That's been my playtest, but it was already hard enough to motivate myself to come back and play this, and I played another 45 minutes, and I just don't really feel like I'm going to have any desire to pick it up again anytime soon.
3 hours later.
The game doesn't even save when you're quitting out, so we've got to do all of this again. Don't get me wrong, yes, it warns you. But seriously, how many people are just going to lose hours, potentially, of progress? Just feels faster to brute force this. Oh, fucking hell with your shitty pits. Yeah, sure, I'll take damage as soon as I walk off the screen. I'm gonna say that the lack of save on exit functionality is another poorly thought through mechanic that is going to waste people's time. Hooray. Okay, we've got an extra heart. Oh yeah, he had something. If he wore a specific trinket, he was gonna do something in a dungeon for us, wasn't he? I assume I took that off. Right, do I now have that equipped? Yes. Okay. Right, do we have anything? Okay. Oh, we don't have an empty bottle. Oh, so they're not automatically used. You've got it. Okay, well, I just assumed that had been used. When I assume it doesn't refresh when we die, that I should probably check. You know what they say about people that make assumptions? So, is this the same person? And if so, why does it work here, but it doesn't work in the inn? There are so many kind of minor logical inconsistencies, unfortunately, in the game. If you're going to have an NPC in two places, why do they not react the same if you're on the same part of the quest? Why does one type of fire burn the thorns, but not another type of fire burn the thorns? It's just... Our lord may appear brash, but he has a soft spot deep inside. He would want you to have this from the royal stash. So don't toss it aside. Yellow thingy for a piano. Okay, well, we know what we need to do with the piano. So this is the trading sequence. I like a good trading sequence in a Zelda game. Big fan of that. I like that sound effect, as you can probably tell from the fact that I keep oops. Oh, damn it. If you're too close, it locks you in place, but goes to enemies. Ah. Cassio needs our assistance. They've been cursed to stare at the reflection by a foul mirror. Without Cassio, I cannot rhyme. Hey, I got this piano. Careful now, don't go dropping that on anyone's noggin. Dang, this is a nice looking piano. You're doing so much for me, Lonk. I don't really have anything for you in return. Oh, don't mention it. You know what? I do have this alarm I've been trying to foist. It yells, listen, every hour, and I can't get it turned off. Great. An annoying alarm. Nice. Huh. Where is Cassio? Or Lucio, whichever it is. Which one are you? You're Lucio. Okay, my progress has been saved. Now, where was the... Where was the sleepy guy? There. That was his hut, right? Hey, listen! Hey, listen! Listen! I had the strangest dream. I was a legendary hero. I went on a date with a seagull. Nice little callback to the ending, the true ending of Link's Awakening. You've triggered the annoying alarm for the spoilers. Not in this demo yet. Okay, so that is the trading sequence done. Where has... Oh, what happened to that notification? Hold on. Pause. I'm only pausing this so I don't have to cut it and do actual work editing. Ugh. I've just realised why I didn't see the update when I visited the Kickstarter page. It's because I saw the first one, which is Roadmap for Backers. I hadn't realised that was a pinned thing. I didn't even know you could do that on Kickstarter, but apparently you can. So the July 2025 backer update is underneath this. So 6 character side quests. So in terms of side quests, those 2 were from the first bit. So we've done that one. We've done that one. 3, 4, 5, 6. So potentially I've got all of those done. There are 4 steps in the trading sequence, which we have done. There are 8 trinkets to find. Pretty certain I haven't done that. So if I go... This way, isn't it? Because you can only change the trinkets to statue. Can you even look at the trinkets without being at a statue? You can't, can you? That's... So we've got 6 out of 8 trinkets, so there's 2 more hidden somewhere. We've got 2 Akedo Grotto levels, which we've done. 6 bugs to catch. I mean, I've found a few bugs, but that's not what you mean. So funny, don't know. No, I'm not. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 bugs cut. So we are missing an additional heart. 1 from a side quest, 1 from the dungeon. So had we already got a heart then? Had I found a heart already? Did I start off with 3? No. I would have started the game with 3 and then got the 4th from the first dungeon. So there's apparently 1 from a side quest, which is interesting. Oh. Because that means that one of these... That's definitely been done. Because that was in this demo. I'm assuming that was helping him out in this demo. That was collecting some stuff for him. He wants a pumpkin, doesn't he? Can I go find a pumpkin? Where are the pumpkins? Oh, an aside. You know that thing that I've been bitching and moaning because Demajen's a whiner about for basically the entirety of this playthrough, about how if you continue walking, by the time the screen transitions, you've probably walked into a pit or a drop or a lake or something. Obviously, I've mentioned that Link's Awakening gets around that by locking your controls and automatically moving you forward when you hit that transition, and it locks you in place for a second until the screen has finished transitioning. What I didn't know, because I just hadn't noticed, I don't think, until I've been kind of hyper aware of it through playing this. I played a bit of the Link's Awakening remake on the Switch 2 this morning, just on a whim whilst I was waiting for a video to render. And it's a new file because I'd not played on Switch 2 before. And I got to the Tail Cave, and it's like, oh yeah, I remember they kept the room transitions here, didn't they? But they took them out of the overworld because the overworld is now one big continuous space. And one thing that I don't think I'd noticed, or maybe I had back in 2019 when the remake came out, is that actually when you change screens in the remake, it does lock you in place. It moves you into the room and then stops you. So it resets your velocity when you enter the room. And I think it has a timer on it before you regain the ability to move again, so that it avoids that situation of that where you just keep on moving and can potentially throw yourself into a pit. And I thought that was interesting, just simply because I hadn't noticed it before, and they clearly thought that it was an issue. Just like I'm finding an issue in this. Where is the guy for this? He's all the way back through here, isn't he? Not there, although I'm quite interested to find out what Pumpkin does. Right, I've spoken about this before in terms of controls. I mentioned it in terms of, and again, it's a me problem, but as a playtester, I'm going to bring it up anyway because it could be another people problem as well. In Link's Awakening, yes, I know you're probably sick of hearing me say this, because you only have the 2 buttons. When you pick something up via the grapple hook, there's no A button in this. There's no specifically separate action button. So if you grab something with the hook shots and lift it above your head, then you can press the same button again to throw it. But you can't do that in this. It doesn't work that way. So you can pick stuff up with the grapple hook, and I just keep expecting to be able to press the button again to throw it, and you can't. You have to press. Actually, hold on, I need to check something. You actually can't do anything else whilst you have this in the air. So why not just, if you are holding a rock or a snail or something above your head, why not just have all the action buttons do a throw? If you're in the picked up state, just have all the other buttons throw things, because you can't do anything else anyway. I don't know whether that's... It could be a bad idea based on my ignorance to other mechanics and things later on in the game. I require a pumpkin. Magical. It's secret technique. No, my elders, do not fail me now. Huzzah! I expertly cultivated a plant. Continue to grow from now on. Bring me a bright green stretchy mushroom. I knew it was gonna ask me that, which means I need to go to the dungeon and grab a mushroom. Snake, mushroom, mushroom. We get to the dungeon by... Oh, it's not there, is it? I mean, it is there in the sense that we can take that passage. The fall animation for falling asleep is a weird one. Right. Fastest way to a mushroom is in here. And then... do that, to that, to that, to that, to that, to that, to that. Not gonna lie, whilst I've got and have had and been quite vociferous about, let's be honest, why did that not hit? Weird. I managed to pick him up. There we go. Yeah. My issues with the dungeon. One thing that I definitely am very interested in toying with is making a map. As much as I have had real issues with the rather tedious kind of looping and backtracking and exploration, I'd still quite like to see what the dungeon looks like when laid out. The only issue is that I've got no way of setting this game to its native resolution, short of maybe using something like ReverTuner. And I don't actually know what the game's native resolution is. I could probably find out. But obviously in this window as is, it's scaled utterly wonkily in the default window size. If I put it on full screen, maybe I just have to divide everything by... Is it 16? I normally have to divide things by for pixel art. Something like that. Secret technique, my elders, yada yada yada. Huzzah! Scarecrow. I have not seen a scarecrow. Doesn't mean that there isn't one. Could be one in the game as it is. Don't remember seeing one. Also, where is Cassio? It said he's got stuck gazing into a mirror. But where? I can't help but feel that some of these enemies can move and attack faster than we can swing our sword. Hey, the mouse is up here. I mean, realistically, we've done... I was going to say we've done most of the content in the demo, but of course I haven't actually finished the dungeon. Because I wasn't enjoying it. I don't even know whether I will go back to it in this session. I just know it will frustrate me, and that's not appealing. But exploration is fun, so I'm just running around the rest of the world, trying to find cool shits. As I said, if I can get that second heart container, maybe the dungeon will feel more fair. But realistically, I don't really think I should need to go and find 2 extra hearts. To make the second dungeon in the game. And I don't know how many dungeons there are. Can't use the owl statue, could I? There's a scarecrow. This is taking us all the way back to the start, isn't it? Well, I say all the way back to the start, all the way back to... That being said... While I'm here... Hold on, hold on, hold on. There is a scarecrow, isn't there? In fact, it's here. Aha! I have stumbled into it. Through pure stumbleness. I like trading sequences, and I like this kind of stuff. You know, there's probably other places, or there could be other places with a scarecrow. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. And I literally only remembered this one as I got to it, so that's not really me being smart. Which way am I going? It's here, wasn't it? Yeah. As many of you know, I have a fascination with maps. I like seeing how things put together, mostly because I've got an awful sense of direction. And maps, obviously, because it's literally their purpose, they help me visualise a space that I'm otherwise struggling to wrap my head around. And whilst I've definitely got issues with the dungeon in terms of how it is somewhat convoluted and loopy, I nevertheless am intrigued to see what it actually looks like when it's put together. You've done it again. One last time, secret technique of my elders. Huzzah! Scarecrow will watch over the farm. And there's our other heart. I fear I'm not worthy of his soil. Oh, and he's just fucked off. Interesting. I can see a use for this farm in terms of if there's a way of getting back here quickly, we can equip the right plants. Yes, it's a lot of backtracking, but it's got its uses. I was thinking that maybe the scarecrow would also have a use, but it doesn't seem to. I assume he's gone in here. Pour me another one slip. Coming right up. We'll build her a little bungalow, Lonk. Everyone should have their own bungalow free of charge. Do some farming, some fishing, write beautiful poetry together, or forge a community out of this forsaken isle. Well, you've got to have this courage to make it happen. Courage, you say? I know you and your little pal do. Still can't interact with the cat. Waiting for that patch. Okay. So we have still got... We are missing... Cassio. The green pigeon. But where could he be? But realistically, that tried to grab him and didn't. And in fact, yeah, I think that just broke his AI. Again, that is the purpose of playtesting. To find these... I'd say edge cases, but things like this have happened quite regularly. It's a complicated game. Yeah, I'm not trying to shit on it. It's a complicated game. I appreciate that getting these things working is tricky. All that stuff that I've been saying about needing to make sure that things snap to a grid when you put them down and so on and so forth. It's like, I'm not saying it's easy. I'm not trying to be flippant about it and say, oh yeah, you should have just got this done. It's like, I know it will require work and probably many hours to work properly. But it's what people are going to expect. You know, if I am expecting it, other people are definitely going to be expecting it. I'm under no illusions. The fact that I'm still playing this after already saying 2 or 3 times, I'm done. I've had enough. I know I am a stubborn asshole when it comes to things like this because I want to enjoy things that I've already put money into. And there's a lot here that I really like in principle. It's just, it's just getting it to work in practice that isn't necessarily working for me. I mean, technically speaking, we could possibly get over there with a mushroom. Maybe. That doesn't reach. I don't actually think the mushroom will reach that far either. Yeah, see, our fairy sparkles when we are next to an object that can be picked up. Now, I noticed, whilst watching the footage back for the dungeon stuff, that the eye statue that was bugged did sparkle. It did sparkle, but it didn't pick up. I do have an issue though with the logic of that puzzle cave, the Akedo Dungeon or whatever it is. Can I get down to this? Again, if I had a mushroom... No. If I had a mushroom, I couldn't get across there because it's deliberately got 2 gaps. And the mushroom doesn't work like that. Oh, those are bonflowers. This obviously isn't working in this... is that where we came out of in the first... Because this is the first dungeon. The heart charm trinkets. Always drop full hearts, no half hearts. That's quite good. Now we can get across here. Now, again, this is a place that we definitely cannot get across. And that's got nowhere. I think apart from the dungeon, I'm done. I've got a trinket to find. But I'm going to be honest, the trinkets have been rather underwhelming, shall we say. You know, they've... A couple of them have been basically, for me, mandatory. And the rest of them have been kind of useless. And that seems like a really odd mix. It's like, why would you use the turn you into a frog thing. I don't get me wrong, challenge runs and that kind of stuff. Yes, of course people will quote unquote test themselves with weird cosmetic stuff like that. But compared to things like you take no damage when falling in pits, which because of the imposition of the controls is going to happen all the time. It's like, why? And having full hearts drop all the time, it's like that doubles your incoming healing. Like constantly. That's you know, that's a no-brainer for me. I suppose everything's a no-brainer for me because I've got no brain. Right, that just gets us to a fishing pond. Oh, that's where that mini-boss was, isn't it? I was going to say, that's a really suspicious screen. Snorkel trinkets! Negates drat. Really? That's a separate thing. I mean, I get it. I get it. I actually hadn't realised that they were different things. I hadn't realised I was actually taking damage from drowning because there wasn't any in the dungeon. I guess it's very much a paying for convenience thing. What? I walked onto the screen, I walked straight, and then I fell into the water by walking straight. That's kind of weird. Anyway. As I've said, I've just got no real desire to go and try that boss again. But we've now got 6 hearts. So maybe I will feel that it is a more manageable endeavour. I'm probably still going to get really salty with it because I don't think the play space is very well designed for the type of encounter it is. I do not think it should have or needs the ads that are in that room. Ooh. Yeah, locking Leaf in place as the screen transitions would make such a difference, I feel. I don't know how easy it would be to do. I don't know if anybody else has the same issue that I do. But it would just make such a difference. The radius of that sleep ability seems quite far compared to the actual graphic of the sleep ability. Hold on. Did I just see some steps? Oh no, it's a column. They looked very much like steps, just as I was going in. Is that a loading screen? Is that what's going on there? Right, to get to the boss, I need to do that, and then that, and then that. Ah, Mousy boy. What's up, pal? I got some intel about this dungeon. The patterns on the floor are important. Leaves and stuff. So pay attention to the floor and the way statues are aligned. Good look out there, pal. Okay, so he's essentially the owl beak. Yeah, this trinket that's giving us full hearts is massively useful. Okay. Right, so we took 2.5 hearts worth of damage. I'm going to grab one of those. Oh, was that it? It was literally just the fact that I needed to get a single hit in. Well, now I feel like an absolute twat for being so critical. Am I supposed to be able to do something here? Okay, I grab the... I can feel a presence in this dungeon. It doesn't want us to retrieve the Reverie. Take the door, keep back to the goddess door, and don't lose it. Oh. So we have to go to the blue door. Interesting. That was up here, wasn't it? Okay, so that's what that does. That was potentially made clear in the first dungeon, but that was February. That's a cool mechanic. Again, some really cool ideas. That having the extra health definitely helped there. Even in just a sense of, I feel more confident because I've got more of a buffer. I think the bait and switch, essentially, of that boss could probably have been avoided at no real loss. again, I do feel now that I was hoodwinked, essentially, into believing that there was going to be a whole other set of phases up there, and actually, it was literally just hit him once and he dies. And that feels like... That feels a bit like a gotcha moment. And, you know, I'm not a person that likes gotcha moments, is what that boils down to. They are not a thing that I like. Get over here now. Oh, no I can't. It's blocked. I can get up here though. Got your sword, you can't reach me. Oh! I've grappled you into a fun place. Oh, you can get across there. Okay, so his charge move actually elevates him. Hello there. This isn't going to work. No, I'm assuming this is probably the third dungeon or something along those lines. Where are we? Yeah. I mentioned in the first episode of this that looking at the map, it didn't seem like it was going to be a very big world, but actually, the more I've looked at it, the more I realise that this is actually quite substantial. You know, I don't think it's any smaller than Link's Awakening or anything like that. It's certainly more complex in some ways to get around, which obviously is a draw for many people. I have noted the lack so far of bombs. I really don't think I'll end up taking this heart charm off. It just seems far too useful for somebody who's bad, like myself, and that is almost certainly the point of it. It's for baddies like myself. I'm hoping it's not too long before we get some kind of upgradability for our sword. Might not be any, but I hope there is, because that's a mechanic that I like. I don't think there's anything else I can do, is there? I think I'm done. I actually think I am done in a positive frame of the phrase. That was awful English. But yes, for the first time, I feel like I'm actually saying, yeah, I think I'm done with this playtest, just because I've got the content complete. Is that a seam there in the tiles? I know it's there as well. It just kind of looks like they're not lined up properly. Oh, that's the enemy. But yeah, as I was saying in a previous part of, I think it was probably this episode, I've still got considerable reservations in terms of the obtuseness of puzzle design and the what feels like specific linearity of the critical path. This obviously was broken, or at least I think it was broken. I don't know what we were actually supposed to do there, but it kind of disappeared after we slid off the world. Where am I actually going? I'm trying to find a save point is what I'm doing. That's all I'm doing right now. I'm aiming for a save point. What was in here? Oh yeah. Aha! I know where I am. Yeah, it looks like we're going to build huts and stuff here. Yes. So, overall thoughts. Really interesting mechanics, hampered by precision when it comes to placing down objects. Precision and, in my opinion, but I could just be wrong, but it feels like there's an issue with precision when it comes to jumping next to or jumping over or interacting with pits. Is there somewhere with an obvious floor tile? Yeah, so the jump distance is about... It feels like it's about 1.5 tiles. So it is just enough if you are super precise to jump a single tile. But if you are even a couple of kind of pixels off, you're falling in the pit. Either because you've just walked into it or because you haven't quite made it. Now, in Link's Awakening, the jump distance is 2 tiles. And I feel... Yeah, if I stand directly, or as directly as I can, with that box and jump, it's not quite far enough. It needs to be... See, we land and then scoot ever so slightly. What we need to do is make sure we are definitely making that full 2 tiles jump. I feel that would add to a sense of fairness and a sense of just kind of quality of experience. Then we've got the issue of, and I highlighted it in the slow motion bits earlier on in this video. I think I only picked out maybe 2. As I said, I've edited the first bit together. I think there are at least 2 visual illustrations where, realistically, I don't feel like I should have fallen into those crevasses, pits, whatever you want to call them. I feel like it happens more around the corners than it does just leaping horizontally or vertically across them. I feel like it might be a diagonals issue in terms of maybe the character's kind of hitbox or collision area and how it interacts with them. I'm not sure. Obviously, in Link's Awakening, Link was square. As far as I'm aware, I'm pretty certain Link was just a block. Everything in that game is just is it 16 by 16 pixels block? Because that's all the Game Boy could do, I think. But yeah, it was easier to tell. It was easier to judge I think, distances in Link's Awakening, especially because you have that slightly greater, I think, again, just eyeballing, that slightly greater jump distance. But yeah, I mean, the trinkets having that option of taking no damage when you fall down pits, it feels mandatory for me right now, based on how I am perceiving and feeling the controls and the precision thereof. Now, clearly, there's space for 18, maybe 20 hearts on the tree to the left. So maybe the time we've got half of those full or 2/3 of those full, I will feel like a teeny tiny bit of damage from falling down pits isn't an issue. But realistically, I think it's probably going to be a trinket that I'd keep on for the entire game. And likewise, right now, you get a full heal back from picking up a heart that you find, as opposed to half a heart. It feels incredibly valuable when we are so limited and short on healing. And that is important in this game because it is more complex and more demanding of you in combat than Link's Awakening was. Now, the dev has mentioned that he doesn't like the combat in Link's Awakening because it is easy, which I agree with. And he says that one of the things that makes it really easy is the fact that you have that shield and that you can use it all the time. So the pot lid in this is kind of a joke weapon, a little bit like the wooden shield in Bloodborne, which is essentially, it's a joke weapon because Bloodborne isn't about hiding behind your shield. Likewise, this isn't about hiding behind a shield. This is about jumping. This is about jumping over projectiles. This is a game where you can jump over enemies. The problem is that the jumping isn't quite good enough for me because it's not quite far enough, and therefore you've got to be very precise, and it just feels like you can lose health very, very quickly. I mean, those masked sword enemies that charge at you, they take off 2 heart containers if they hit you with that charge, and they can scoot around collision objects with that charge. I've caught it multiple times. I've mentioned it where I've seen it happen. That doesn't feel fair to me. You know, we can't do that. We can't shoot round corners, so on and so forth. It feels like the enemies have got a distinct advantage in that regard. Now, I don't know how many dungeons there are going to be in this game, but in terms of the feel of progression, I personally feel that some enemies take a little bit too much to kill. The flying bobbly things take 2 hits, for example, at this stage in the game. That feels like maybe 1 hit too much. Likewise, enemies do quite a lot of damage, and we've got very limited health unless we really go out of our way. And I did have to go out of my way to get those 2 extra hearts. Was it worth it? Yeah, because psychologically and in terms of the game, it gave me that buffer that I needed to be able to get through that boss fight. Although, of course, just that revelation that realistically I just needed to hit him once to finish him off. The problem is I don't think there's any way of indicating to the player that they are so close without, you know, a health bar at the bottom of the screen or something like that for the boss. So it really did feel like, and I know it was because I was so frustrated in previous play sessions that actually by the time I got to the boss, I was already quite frustrated, and therefore my patience was wafer thin and just snapped. which is my issue with the complexity of the game as a whole and the lack of tools. You know, the lack of jump distance, the slightly weird interactions with pits, the inability to either mark the map or have a map that is more descriptive in a complexity way to match the additional complexity of the game and how it is working. The way the compass in this doesn't show you hidden stuff on the map. Even if, and I'm pretty certain I said this previously, in Ninth Awakening, and possibly in the Oracles games as well, I can't remember, I haven't played those in so long. It's been 25 years, I really need to go back to those. I could use my own guide for it that I wrote for Game FAQs. Don't go and look that up, it's shite. It's really badly written, and I thought I was so clever at the time, and I thought I was really funny at the time as well. I might cut this out so that you don't do it anyway. Keys and chests. I would be okay with, rather than the compass just showing you where all the chests are, as it does in Link's Awakening, I would be fine with if when you enter a room and you've got the chime that tells you that the key is hidden in the room, if it then marks that specific one on the map, if it auto marks it for you. Because most of the time, if you hear that, you're going to go for the key straight away. And if you can't get to it, having that mark on the map is much more memorable than having to wander around the dungeon for another 10 minutes until you find that room again and the beep goes off again. Just in terms of quality of life, for me, I feel like that would be super useful. So rather than, as soon as you're picking up the compass, showing all the chests, just marking on the specific ones. I mean, it's clear that you've got the functionality for that, because can't you show the little spirit things on the map and you remove them one by one? So I'm assuming that doing that in reverse for finding keys and then removing them once you've picked it up, I'm assuming that would be possible. I don't know how much work it would be, but that's not my concern. You know, my concern isn't, and I apologise for saying this, my concern isn't how much work something is, it's how much more quality of life it brings to a player. Because I feel that's what we are currently missing. I've spoken at the start of this episode about the menus. I'm not going to retread and revisit my thoughts on that. I don't expect it to be changed. I've very much been given the impression that they feel that the multiple menuing is fine. How do you get out of this? Can you get out of this menu without pressing start again and bringing it up again? I'm not sure you can. I don't know. I've spoken already about the buttons and how it is an inefficient use of button space. Having basically two buttons doing one thing and two buttons doing another thing. I think that is a bit of a waste of space. I've spoken about how I think this should be swapped with the map. I understand the importance of this screen. I just honestly do not think I would check it anywhere near as much as I would want to check the map. And with all the moving around of the menus that I will have to be doing in this game, having the map be one of the things that I have to be switching to that's buried within that menu, as opposed to just it's on the select button and you can open it when you want, I just don't think that is a very sensible choice. No matter how much info you add to this note screen, cool quotes, steps for quests, or whatever it is you're going to do, I just don't think it is anywhere near as useful as being able to open the map, especially in dungeons, at the push of a button. So essentially, there are a lot of systems that, to me, don't quite match up to the complexity of the gameplay. The complexity of the dungeons isn't reflected by the tools needed on the map. The complexity of the menuing doesn't match what I think most players will want to have accessible quickly. I think that dungeon overall is a bit of a ball ache to get round and could probably do with opening up some shortcuts to make it easier to access. Maybe if when I have kind of gone through that dungeon screen by screen and taken screenshots and fitted them all together so I can see overall what the dungeon is like, maybe I will change my tune on that, but the issue is, I shouldn't need to do that. I shouldn't need to have to do that to see the overall layout of the dungeon in order to say, oh, well, actually, the in-game map's not that bad. I don't think the in-game map is good enough for the dungeon as it is. I really dislike the fact that the stairs don't link up. I can't remember whether Link's Awakening does that, but to be honest, it doesn't matter to me whether Link's Awakening does that. With the complexity of dungeons in this game, I need the steps on the map to link up, so that when you're swapping between floors, you can see really quickly how things link up. And that might mean the map needs to be designed, or possibly even the dungeon needs to be redesigned slightly. There's the obvious issue in the dungeon that the set of steps that you need to use to get up to the boss aren't marked on the in-game map, which is either a bug or an oversight or deliberate. If it's deliberate, I think that's a terrible idea. I'd really hope it's one of the other two, a bug or an oversight. If that's deliberate design, I think that's bad design. And I think, just as my final point, and I've said it already when I was talking about the overworld, I think there is, or there feels like to me, a really specific path that you want us to take to get through things. I know that's probably not the case. I know that you could get the keys in any order, probably in that dungeon, as soon as you got the hook shot, sorry, the claw launcher, at least. But the constant having to backtrack to grab the specific thing that you need to pick up to get to and solve a particular puzzle. I admire the system. I think it's a very interesting system. I don't think it's a particularly fun system. It feels like an extension of gameplay. Even though I realised, and again, I would probably be able to see this even more clearly if I screenshot all of the stuff and stitch it together. You probably only have to move 2 or 3 rooms to find the thing that you need to solve the puzzle. I would imagine, I would hope, that that's probably a design philosophy for these dungeons. But because of how complex they felt to get around, remembering where stuff is was hard for me. And I know that is a me issue. I've admitted this many a time. I have navigational issues. Now, if I've spent 30 hours on a game and 60 hours mapping it out, yes, of course, then I can pretty much tell you where to go and to find everything. But when I'm looking at something for the first time, I don't have that, and I don't use guides. unless it's, the cleanup phase of a Souls game or something. So, yeah, there's some really good stuff in here that is right now being severely hampered for me by some quality of life issues and some mechanical issues. I'm glad I went and got those 2 extra hearts. I'm glad I completed the playtest, but I had much more fun with the trading than I did with the dungeon. I can appreciate the cleverness of the dungeon, but I won't say I had a good time with it because of how long it took. Part of that is on me, missing what could arguably be said are pretty obvious solutions to puzzles if you've got all of the mechanics of the game wrapped in your head. But I'm a simple man who's used to, when I say I'm used to more simple dungeons, but of course I did complete Master Key, which isn't the easiest of Zelda likes. Anyway, this video is already far long enough. The playtest of Isle of Reveries. Let me know, folks, if you're a playtester for this game, if you backed it on Kickstarter and you've tried this for yourself and you've watched through my entire experience without going, oh god, this Demajen's awful, I'm not watching any more of this shit. If you've made it through to the end, how much of my feedback have you also felt in your experience? Did you have issues with the pits? Did the way the hookshot freezes you in place feel like it just took a little bit too long? Let me know your thoughts down below. And if you haven't played this, if you're not a Kickstarter backer, are you looking forward to it based on what you said? Have I put you off based on what I've said? I shouldn't be putting anybody off because this is a playtest. This isn't anywhere near release. There's plenty of time for things to change. Comment down below. Leave a like if you've enjoyed the video. By all means, give me a thumbs down if you think I'm shit. I should do that on all of my videos because I do. And I will catch you all in the next video, whatever that may be. Have a great day, folks. Cheerio. Thank you very much for watching. If you enjoyed the video, why not click the like button and consider subscribing. Remember, you can ring the bell notification icon to get notified when new videos go live. And until next time, cheerio.